Hello there, survivors, and welcome back to another live stream here in ARK Survival Ascended. It's been 2 years since the game released, a little over 2 years, and it's almost exactly 2 years ago since I did my first live stream on ARK Ascended, with the goal to finally properly play the game, because even though I played ASE, I didn't really do a lot of proper ASE. Like, I never really did most of the boss fights. Little did I know back then that it would kind of transform into doing a lot, and I mean a lot, of a building in ARK instead. And 2 years ago, on the 2nd of November, I think, I did my first stream, and one of the first, well, the first base that I ever built were these ruins on the island, because of course that's all we had, the island. And it's been 2 years since then. We have done many different builds, also many ruin rebuild projects. So I figured for today, for the extra live charity stream for this year, let's redo the build, because I've had this inkling more often, being like, maybe I should go back to that base, because the base was always still on my island server, on my community cluster. So I was like, maybe I should redo the base, rebuild it, but it never felt quite like the perfect moment. But this year, for a special extra live stream, it felt appropriate to go back 2 years in time, back to the island base. So right now you're watching the footage of the finished product. Back then, that was the first complete base I did, with a bunch of cool builds, like a cool dino stables, a little starter house, plenty of course, ruin rebuilds, and some very basic walls to keep some dinos out. Today, we're hopefully going to level that up a little bit. We're going to mostly be using the CKF mod here to rebuild these ruins, because I've actually never combined ruin rebuilding with CKF, and I think the colors will match quite nicely, and we can probably turn it into something quite like a cool castle. The ruins normally forest, like very overgrown, so I've gotten rid of most of the trees already, so we can at least see and find the ruins and kind of get an overview of what they look like, and we'll see what we can turn it into. So yeah, hello there everyone, hello there, welcome in. Good to have you all here. So yeah, today's a little bit of a special stream, besides the fact that we're gonna be rebuilding this base that you're seeing right now, the first ever one I did. It's also my extra live charity stream of this year. So if you don't know, Extra Live is a charity for kids hospitals. We did one last year, and now this year we're doing it again. But this year is also special for the ARK community, because with every donation to Extra Live, you can actually also vote for a TLC creature that you want to get the TLC this or next year. And 4 of them, if we hit the total goal, 4 of them will get a TLC. Currently, there's already enough money raised for 2 TLCs guaranteed. So we're still, trying to get there so that we get those other 2 as well. But with every donation you do, make sure to leave a message with a hashtag and your creature name. Has to be a creature that spawns on the island. And there is a few creatures you can't vote for. If you want to know all those, check the community crunch. There's a whole list in there. Basically, all the creatures that have had a proper TLC are not able to be voted on again. I am voting Quetzal, if you want to know. I think Quetzal could be a lot cooler in the game. I think it deserves a new place in the spotlight, maybe. So I will be voting for that. I have already voted for that. And every dollar donated counts as a vote. So if you donate more than $1, it means you vote multiple times for that creature. You can only vote for one creature. So if you want to vote for multiple, you'll have to do separate donations for those. I think the stables here was the first building video that I watched. Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. Quets a lot for farming on Val. Yeah, I think it would be very, very nice to have the Quets be up to standards with the new creatures that are released nowadays. I think it's got a lot of potential. Yeah, to be a little bit more epic, I think. So I'd love to see that, but you know, we'll see what happens. Currently, I think Quetzal is in the lead, but you never know. A lot can change. Lots of stream are here. What are the 4 TLC? We don't know. We don't know. You're voting for the creatures that will get the TLC. We don't know what the creatures are until the deadline, and I think the deadline is like later November. So tax settle for a Quetzal, that would be pretty cool as well. So anyway, this is what you're seeing right now. This is what I built it into 2 years ago, these ruins, but obviously we're gonna change that. So this is not here anymore. This is all gone. This, unfortunately, I've all taken down. So right now it's much more bare bones, and not much is left. Like, it's very different, and only the bare ruins are here. I've got a little bit of a plan on how to rebuild this, but yeah, this was what we did, or what I did 2 years ago, and this is what it currently looks like. So yeah, it's a ruin. You can see it is actually a pretty big ruin, to be fair, as ruins go, but as I said, normally it's very overgrown, very difficult to spot, bit more tricky to find normally. But if you clear out some trees, there's actually a sizable ruin here that we'll be working with today. There's actually also still a building here on the other side, hidden over there. As you can see, that's normally pretty much how overgrown all of the area is. So it is quite tricky to see normally. But yeah, I've cleared it up. We have this ruin available, and we're going to try to turn it into a little bit of a castle. I think that's going to be fun. So right over here we have a nice way up. That's going to probably be one of the main entrances into this part of the castle, which is going to have like the crafting hall and storage level right up here, I think. And then down below we'll have some dungeons as well, because that kind of feels like the right vibe with all these little passageways down there. Then we of course have this connecting bridge which connects these two sides to each other, and then on the other side we'll also have some rooms. We probably will have kind of like the main hall here, because there's like an opening in the building, so we can build out a little bit, make a bit more of a proper structure. I want to make sure that we have a place for a tribe tower somewhere, and we will have a greenhouse over here, because this is the one without anything underneath, so it will be able to get hopefully some greenhouse effectiveness, so we can do a nice greenhouse and well, elder claws to do nowadays as well. Then I think I had some kind of idea for this. Oh yeah, this might be another greenhouse in design, just because that, like, the two separate buildings next to each other. But then of course this one won't have the full effectiveness because of the roofing going off, which is yeah, quite weird. But you know, we'll see. We'll work, or maybe we'll change it into something else if we figure something else out in the meantime. Then we have the lovely bridge. Behind the lovely bridge on this little plateau here, I think we'll make some lovely gardens, probably with a transmitter, and then we might do some kind of stables down there or something like that, because we have a little bit of a area there. I don't know how much of that we'll all be able to do today. We'll just start building and we'll see how far we can get, and yeah, we'll see it. I see the Streamlabs message is really going well. It's sending it in the wrong order apparently. But if you read it backwards, I don't know if that's just for me, but if you read that backwards, that's the whole message of how to support it. The pin message also says the same. But anyway. Where do you find the list? The list is in the community crunch, the most recent list. There we go. You're late? Well, you're not quite late. I did start a little bit early just to get things going, and we will start building any moment now. So yeah, we have the whole castle here. It is on the island, and if you're wondering where it is, It is located right over here. So it's quite central on the island, actually. I've always really enjoyed having this as a base location. For some reason, my maps keep resetting and are empty most of the times when I log in, which is quite annoying. But I guess we'll have to deal with it. Yeah, we'll just get started. So I think we're going to start over here by trying to get the foundations and the different layers in place. I've actually lined up the first foundation over here in this corner, so kind of against this wall, making sure that it runs through that middle wall quite perfectly. And then it also kind of lines up with the middle of that doorway, which is what I wanted. And then it lines up with this wall, which is supposed to go all the way over there. So that's kind of what we're going to use as our starting guideline for this part of the castle build, which has quite a lot of layers in it. Like you have these little passageways down here, which this probably will be kind of like a window. It could be an entrance. We could have some kind of building here, or maybe a tower. We might add a tower here at some point, because then we could have the tower going up 2 layers as well. We have the main kind of entrance going over here, so we'll definitely use that for something, or at least the main entrance on this side, because it has this nice beautiful walkway. We'll have some dungeons down here too, because we have quite a few structures available here. We'll have another little entrance to this side of the building over there. As you can see, there's already kind of an entrance there. We have an internal staircase here, which is already fully present. Then here we have some, well, cool little arches, and actually we have a tiny little man. Oh, he's lost his head. Where did? Normally there's a little bush on top of here. I guess that got harvested too. Normally he looks very much like Ross Clark, but no, he's bald now. He lost his little afro. That's weird. So yeah, we have this layer. This is kind of like the in-between layer before we get to the proper main layer up here, which is probably where we'll do some crafting and storage, as I said. And yeah, we have then the little bridge here connecting the 2 sides of the castle, which is going to be quite cool. But I think we'll have plenty of building to do, so let's just get into it and see how far we can get today. So again, I'm using CKF, castles, forts and keeps. If you're wondering what mod I'm using, that is the one. It's really good for building some medieval things. Yeah, I did a command, but that was a while ago, so a lot of it has grown back already. But I guess not in here. And we'll have a bald little man. A bald little man in here. We can always give him a new afro. Because normally he does have a little afro on his head. So yeah, we'll have this line going all the way. So that if we want to connect it up to a tower at the end here, we can do it from there. Because we're going to try, at least for this side of the bridge, we're going to try to, you know, keep it all in one snap so that it is mostly even. There we go. And also, I need to remind myself that maybe you guys can help me, that I sometimes need to check the extra life page, because I don't think I've got notifications. And I don't know if my page automatically will refresh itself, or that I need to just check manually. So we'll have to see and check it a few times, and we'll figure things out. So yeah, we'll have this right over here. So now that I have that, we could have like an internal doorway in this existing arch, which I think would be a nice thing to do. And then easily we could build it back into that existing structure, or we could have taller walls. I don't know like exactly how we'll build up the rest of this, but I think that's the basis of it. So we have a little passageway here which lines up pretty nicely, and the color of these materials, they match up quite well with the existing runes too, so that's quite exciting in my opinion. I think that's gonna be quite nice. So we will see. Now the big next question is, of course, after we've done this, we can pretty much continue this for quite some time. quite easily, probably up to about there. Oh, and then this is interesting because this does not fully line up, but we can kind of do it like that. We'll see what kind of entrance we can make, because that door is not gonna properly fit, but we could have this door, since it is a smaller entrance anyway, so probably would have a smaller door like that. So that would be kind of the shape of the main building, because that's a nice big shape that we could build upwards. But then the main challenge is going to be connecting it to all the different layers that are already you know, present here in the existing ruin, which is what we're going to do first. We're first going to do a bunch of the layout work of trying to connect up the different layers. So we'll raise this up. This is slightly lower, so we'll have one of these half walls. And then if I do this, now that should be connected up. Ooh. Does that mean I can still have doors and stuff here? That's good. I think we want to see, maybe we want to change that snap point a little bit. I don't think I can use full foundations because I think it's going to poke through at the bottom, which is not something we want. So I guess we're going to have to use that if we want to have an entrance there. Yeah, we would have to do something similar there to get an entrance. So yeah, it doesn't quite line up with this shape, because this is the case for a lot of the ruins. They don't exactly match the default ARK shapes, so to say. So now the big thing is we have the ceilings, etc. here, but we actually need to make sure, let's see, probably one of these we can switch out. Yeah, so if I were to do this, like, we could try that, of course. Like, if I have this over there, it's probably gonna poke through. Is that gonna matter? Maybe for this layer it wouldn't matter too much. Let's see, if we do this, I guess that would be all of them. It would kind of influence this one over here. So maybe that one, we don't do it, but for the rest we probably can, because over there it's flat anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. If we now take away these, we can actually switch them to full foundations, because it's not interfering with the shape too much, I don't think. Looking forward to this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be fun. This was always a very cool base. I always really enjoyed this base, and now it's gonna be like a castle. It's gonna be very castle-y, maybe a little bit Hogwartsy. We'll see. Generally just cool castle vibe. So yeah, that will be an entrance going into that next layer, and then I guess for now we'll just block off that wall, but we can always add a little window there too. But at least now we have this layer, this like in-between layer, on the same snap point and grid as the other layer below, which is nice. I think we'll do something like that. We'll have a staircase obviously coming down in here. So there we go. If we do that, it goes from the normal staircase, the natural one, which we kind of want to keep as much as possible, goes into there, so that works. Then we can have this, and then over here we're probably going to go lower this now, because otherwise there's not a lot left. So maybe I'll just lower it into the normal ground here, because I think that's kind of what we want. I don't know if we want to place a lot of things down here. Probably not too much. So this might be fine. Otherwise, we'll have to create like a new snap point here. I don't know if we want to do that necessarily. Because like, for example, we could do like, you know, this is really rude, but you know, something like this. Like, it could be slightly lower. Yeah, we could do something like that. I don't think, I don't know if we need it for now. I'm just going to keep it like this, but at least now we can go in here and we still have plenty of room to utilize that little little corner, because it is a nice little corner, a nice little detail that we definitely want to keep intact if we can. So now that we have this layer, the next challenge, of course, is connecting it back up to the next one, which is up here. Which, that would be a little bit too low if I do this, right? Like, that's a bit too low. So it would need to be that high before we can continue. And now I'm very sure that we cannot do a foundation, because if we do that, it cuts off so much of this space. So for this layer, we're gonna have to do it with ceilings, and then I guess trying to add in pillars for supports at certain places. I think that's probably the level we want to add that into. The real question is, no, well, we need a full staircase there, because otherwise it's going to be too narrow. So that's the full staircase. I don't know, we can't really do another one, so I guess we only needed that first one. That already kind of fits, which is quite nice. Why do I keep getting stuck? That's very weird. All right, so we need to work with foundations, or not with foundations. We need to work without foundations here. So we'll need some pillars in certain spots to make sure that things are still getting the support they need. So in certain spots like that, we'll have to have some pillars. For now, let's clear out these. It should all still stay standing up here. We can remove the sign, and we can see how big we want this shape to be. Realistically, I think this layer is going to cover that entire shape we're making. So all the way out here, basically. But of course, it will have many details. But yeah, it will turn into quite a big building. This will be one of the main buildings, the main structures. If I have that pillar there, is that gonna like interfere with anything? No, that kind of just lands nicely into the landscape. If I have that pillar there, is that gonna interfere with anything? Doesn't really look like it does. Well, that's good, because that will allow us to continue this layer. Then over here we got something interesting, because we again need to kind of line up with this entrance, which we should be able to. Like, that's pretty nice. Like, it's of course not completely centered, but we're not going to be able to do that for every part and still make it work. We can probably mesh something in there to fill up the rest. But at least that's a nice entrance. We do have some explorer nodes in the area that we're kind of going to have to try and keep accessible in some way. So that will be a little bit annoying for interiors. So yeah. Well, yeah, this should still work like that. So we'll probably just do it like that, so we can still go down here, get the little explorer node if you need it. You know, I don't want to steal that experience from people in the cluster. So there we go. That's our little Ryanetha explorer node box. There we go. And now we should be able to connect this up. Why is this here? That should not be here. I guess that was from when I was trying lining things up. So yeah, this should already line us up very nicely. We can have a layer like that. Again, now that we're over here, actually, we probably can go back to foundations, because I think this is far enough back. Yeah, that's far enough back that it's not going to interfere anymore with the previous building. Oh, there's something here that won't actually let me snap or place anything there, which is weird, but it will let me do a ceiling. Very strange. Anyway, we're gonna try and see if we can get that whole snap going. So realistically or ideally, we would have this going all the way, which is fine. I guess in some cases we'll have some holes down here, but we can fix that if we want to. But it will definitely help us get this whole shape going for as far as we can for now. So for now, we're just going to fill in this layer, because this is kind of going to be the main layer, and everything underneath is going to be the dungeons, of course. Although we'll need to have... Well, this block is going to be the dungeons. This is still going to be like a main entrance bit, because, well, the staircase to get in there is over there, and this is like a main entrance. So we'll have some kind of building here as a main entrance, leading you into that part of the building. I think that's going to be the vibe that we'll go for, but we'll see what we can do. But yeah, this is working out. This is a very hard angle to match it to, so that's why I've already placed one foundation here at the start of the bridge, lining it up between the railings. I think that's going to have to be a separate snap point. For now, we can kind of continue to fill in at least this layer all the way till the end. So we're doing some quarter foundations there to fill that in. Do I want to continue all those points too? Because they kind of interfere with our build. So yeah, we're gonna have to do something here to make that still accessible, of course, in a nice way. Yeah, you're alive. Well, you made it. Welcome in. Welcome in. There we go. I don't think we need stairs actually, because you already have that default staircase. So yeah, we'll have to figure out some nice way to connect both, but that should give us something, because I think there's going to be a wall here, so this is going to be some kind of extra little hallway anyway, so we can figure something out so that all kind of connects in a nice way. But at least we have the different layers here. Let's actually continue to lay out the foundations down below, because that will definitely help us with any foundation support above that we might need and want. There we go. We should be able to fill most of this in. So we do have some areas where we'll have some weird things, like this corner here is a little bit an awkward angle, because this would go too steep. This would go outwards quite quickly. So we could have something like that. And then we would have a little corner, I suppose, sticking out here. So it would be something like that, which actually wouldn't be the worst thing to do, because it's not too noticeable. And that way, I guess we could still utilize that little corner as part of our castle. I don't know what we'll use it for, but at least I guess there is a way to keep even that little corner in. And now that we have that, we have kind of an interesting choice, because we could do something like this, but even that is not gonna really match up with the shape. So it's probably easier to stay on normal snaps. And then we could come out by like 3. We could probably, so this little building we could have as an attachment. And we could build a nice entrance in here. So that's like half a foundation that we have there. So whatever we do, let's see how far could we get this to go. Probably about there. So we could have this in such a way that those are more centered. And I guess now they don't really want to snap to the inside anymore. But I guess we can actually fix that by snapping a full foundation there. There we go. Because now what we could have, if this is going to be one of the entrances, and again, we're still kind of in the planning phase, so this might not be how the actual entrance is going to look. But for example, that could now be the entrance over there. So this nice big staircase will lead up to that entrance, for example. Which might be something we'll do, but more, again, for now we're focused on getting the main floor plan laid out. There's definitely a few extra snaps that we could still use. There's just a few of these little corners that we can't quite get away with, and even with triangles, I guess we could do if we don't mind overlapping them into each other. I guess we could do something like that. Not quite sure what that's going to mean for the building. But I guess it is possible to get as much of that little corner into our ruined base if we want it. There's a ghost RG fighting a Daedon there. Very exciting things going on. So this currently doesn't have any support because technically the different layers, I guess, aren't connected with each other. So what we probably want to do just in like one spot somewhere is make sure that we connect both layers. So for example, this is most definitely that's going to be a wall because we can't really do anything else with it. So we might as well try to get that wall to stick. So right there, that's going to be a wall which is going to be that tall. And realistically, that's probably just going to be a wall. There's probably not anything different there. This is a slightly different snap point, which is worrying. I guess we need to scoot this over a little bit. Oh, there used to be like a half a wall there. It wasn't there. So what we want is... That's the snap point we want. There we go. So if we have that one... Oh, that will go away. God dang it. Why? How did I create myself that weird snap point? I guess we need the wall somewhere else then. We can probably connect up this wall, because this is also just going to be a wall. And that should now line up. Did I have a different wall somewhere? Oh no, this is still that half a wall. Which I guess is still fine, because it's the right height. And then we'll just have half a wall on both of those sides. And then we should be able to connect that up nicely. And we can kind of fill out this full layer. Which is probably going to have some room there for the staircase. This is on the island. We're back at the very first map, my very first build from 2 years ago when ASA launched. And this is where I had my main building. My main base was this ruins. And we're gonna rebuild that in something new. So yeah, this is the floor layout for this crafting and storage hall, which should be pretty nice. And then underneath we'll have some dungeons here. We'll have to connect this main entrance up to that staircase so we can actually reach these or the main bits. But I think that's going to be just fine. We probably want to fill in this a little bit. And over there too. There we go. We'll do a little bit of interior. The Metal Mountain ruins? You mean the mountain ruins on well, not this mountain, but the one behind that, like that one over there. You can build there depending on your server settings. Yeah, you can build there. I did that. I did that on the island. It's not there now, but yeah, I did rebuild those at some point. Yeah, it all depends on your server settings. Might be you might have to play on PvP settings. That could be the case. Or allow building near drops. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we have some of the interior in place. We'll have to have that, and I guess we'll have to have this to kind of fill those gaps up. But at least now we have the snaps connected, so that's going to be like the main layer there. We'll have all the layers on the inside as soon as we start working on that. But more importantly, all the snap points for that main structure are now in place, which is exactly what we wanted. I think before we start actually building that main building, I think I'm going to also work on this little bridge area. Hello there, Scroll. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you for dropping by. I'm back on the island. That's been a while. Back on the island. I'm good. I'm good. It's very weird. I'm doing what I did 2 years ago when I started this whole crazy ARK adventure. So it's quite fun to be back there. To be back where it all began. Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's funny actually, because by the time we finally got a new map in ASA, I was sick of the island. But since then, and going back, it's actually quite a fun map. It's actually quite a good map to go back to. I quite like it. So yeah, these ruins was my first location. It's like pretty central on the map between the mountains, between the volcano and whatever this sort of mountain is called. I don't do ARK names, guys. I don't know places. But this is home. That's what it is to me. Also, let me check if anyone has donated to Extra Life. They have indeed. Jennifer, thank you for your contribution. Yeah, the tall grass is an issue, especially if you're my size. Yeah, I found the hidden doll, and I've also removed his hair because he's supposed to have like a little bushy hair, but that's gone, so now he's bald. Normally he has a little bit of shrubbery on there, but apparently I've removed that. So we'll see if we can get that back. Otherwise I'll have to do it myself. But there we go. We have the foundations there in place. Let's focus and see if we can get the bridge here as well. It should just be fitting quite nicely. At least I did the lining up of the first one. I think this works. And then you can go back to the normal staircase. I really like that Streamlabs keeps messing up my my automated message. I don't know why it does it in 2 parts. And I don't know why it wouldn't do it in order. But there we go. We're streaming for charity today. That's the general message it's supposed to be giving us. All right. So how are we gonna make this transition nicer? Like if I had a wall here, which I kind of wouldn't mind having. Oh, can I actually bring it all the way down, or is that's going to interfere over there? So we don't want to go too far. We could continue like that. That should be no problem. That also didn't really help me much. I'm just trying to make sure that when I take out those initial ceilings, it's not going to go away. It won't. There we go. It's staying in place. Yeah, it's supposed to be one message because it gave me a character limit. and I was within limit, but obviously that wasn't enough. How is that almost perfectly lining up with each other? That is magical. Arc magic. Anyway, that at least makes this little gap a little bit less awkward, I think. I'm very surprised that this lined up as well, because that's two totally separate snap points that just, I mean, it's probably not perfect, but you can't really see it sticking out there, so we'll take that happily. All right, so for these, you can see there's little arches here. And my thought was to try and get some windows in here. Now, for some of these, they might line up quite nicely. Like, I think we can make this line up pretty nicely. Like that. But probably not all of them are going to be this nice. But that's the vibe I want. Those two are great. This one over here is going to be a little bit more tricky, I think. But it's fine. When working with ruins, you kind of have to let go of perfection, because ARK ruins, unfortunately, don't necessarily make perfect sense with ARK structures. So yeah, I think we'll have to have that. And then the second one over here. Why do I keep getting stuck in midair? What's that all about? Why? Is that half a wall? It is half a wall. So I guess this one we would also want to have half a wall before we get into the next window. Because then at least structure-wise, it's... Why am I stuck here again? What's here? Is there normally a tree there or something? Please don't make me stuck in invisible things, ARK. There we go. That lines them quite nicely. So we'll have a few of those little windows as we try to integrate it into that existing part. We'll have a full wall at the end for sure. Oh, yeah. It's probably... It thinks I'm in the tree. Okay. So that is a full wall. So that isn't... That's a little bit of a bigger gap between these two windows, but we'll take it because it kind of matches the dark. That's what I mean with... If you're rebuilding ruins, you can't quite do, you know, perfection like you would do a normal build. You kind of have to go with the shapes you are given and work around that. But I think this works. It's not too distracting, and it follows the general shape and vibe of that existing structure. Now, of course, the question is, what are we gonna do for the rest of this? I think having that at the end feels nice. You prefer the CKF mod? Yeah, I think the CKF mod is great. And it matches very well with these structures, which is also very nice. Because previously, it kind of always stood out a lot with normal ARK structures. You can paint them to be more alike. But this is definitely a nice blend. That's why I think going for like the castle vibe here, it's going to work really well in the end. It's like I'm building a castle into the ruins of an older castle, basically. Could we just do that to match the shape of the building? I think we could. I think that matches relatively well. So that means we'll have half walls going across some of this. Wherever we can, I suppose. There we go. Fill in any little gaps it will allow me to fill. There we are. Yeah, I think that's going to work quite nicely, because now if I add in my roofs, let's see, we'll probably just go for the keep tier. Yeah, if I add my roofs, that matches pretty nicely with the existing structure, I think. Like, obviously it's not the same because we can't do that. But, yeah. This lines up nicely this way. Bit more here. Don't know if we can actually add that. Maybe if I would ghost, but for now, that is totally fine. And we'll have that also at this end of the build. There we go. Add those all in. I think that works. I wish I could place them here, because there's like the tiniest little gap. I don't think it's ever gonna let me snap it there though. No. So I guess that's gonna be fine. That's gonna have to do, but that makes for a nice little connecting bridge. There we go. Let's make it sunlight. The laser line function in ASR is pretty good as well, yeah. But for me, it's very different types of mods. Like for a medieval theme build, I'd probably always at least start from CKF. Yeah, so that's going to be a nice bridge between the two sections of the castle. So that main section, and then what? I'm stuck again. How many? Well, I guess it could be all the trees. Yeah, and then we'll have the second part there. I think I might have also, yeah, put down a foundation here, which kind of lines up with this staircase more so than the doorway. It also lines up with the doorway, but mostly with the staircase, so it's very doable like that. I don't know if we'll have walls between those two sections. I don't know if we'll be able to do anything like that, but at least it lines up. I don't know if it lines up with the rest of this building. It seems fine. What's underneath here? Yeah, we can use foundations. That's okay. Does that line up? Not perfectly. I don't think it's gonna line up more perfectly, because if I move this over, it's just gonna stick out on that side, isn't it? So we're gonna have to take one, and we're gonna be building on this side anyway. So you might not even end up seeing that, because there's not going to be a whole building here. So that might all work out fine. And I guess that's just going to be a little window here. That lines up pretty good. This little hallway's pretty nice already. So yeah, this basically is going to be more of the survival side with like the crafting, etc. This here is going to be more of the decorative side. Like there's going to be the main hall here. There might be some like artifact displays and stuff. At first I thought that the main hall is going to be here. At first I thought I might do crafting and storage here, but I think I like the bit more shape or bit more room over there, because then we can do a nice visual setup with visual storage in the end. All right, so for this building, at least this inside, it feels like pretty well laid out. But of course, now the question is, can we try and connect that to the rest of this build? We will see if we can. We will try to do so. So that would be where the path leads, and then the stairs would start over there. Yeah, and then quite quickly you would want to go into the natural stairs here. Then the main question is, can we connect these with a snap point? So if I bring this all the way to the bottom here, we can snap something down below, which is quite nice, because that means that now they are on the same snap. I guess we could add those in. That's not a perfectly alignment there, but we might not even want to necessarily do a window here. We'll see. Kind of depends on what it's going to be. That's pretty nice, because that means that doorway is lining up quite well. Do I want to have this? Is this better? Doesn't matter too much, I don't think. Okay, so we can kind of lay down the foundations in this part without too many problems. That over here actually lines up pretty well. Like, that's pretty nice. Pretty central on this side, at least. Yeah, and then the main hall is going to be here, but I don't know at what height we do the main hall. Like, is this going to be underneath? Because obviously main hall can't go there. So maybe main hall is going to be more on that layer. And we can build it outward a little bit, because you have a little bit more room on this side, which is why I wanted to do that there. So maybe we will do that. Like, maybe we will go for something like that. Which also means we want to just continue to lay our foundations here, so we can create all the support we need. Let's see how far that gets us. That's pretty nice. That's pretty central for that side entrance. There we go. Is that a full foundation? We can still go for a full foundation, yeah. There we go. Fill all that in. Let's just go all the way here to the front of that. We won't be able to go fully forward here. How far? Yeah, so that is actually gonna go too low quite quickly. So if we want to continue the building here, we're gonna have to raise up the floor a little bit at least. But for this layer, I guess we need to connect them up again. Can we find a place, find a natural spot to connect those layers up again? There we go. That's now connected. There we go. Probably don't want to go too far out there. There we go. So how wide is the building now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how wide realistically would I want to have it? 5 wide could be enough, right? Because then you would have... Could I visualize what the roof would look like? For example, if we start here. Yeah, that's how high the roof would be. That's plenty. Yeah, that's a perfect size, I think. Obviously, that's not going to be the layer, but then if we add a roof, we can make it meet up because we have the half pieces. So yeah, that's probably where the main hall would go, where we could have like a cool building. And then probably this, I wouldn't go much further than this, so this would just kind of be an exit or entrance. Oh, that's annoying that it doesn't want to snap in there. That one does for some reason. I kind of like having that curve, even though it makes no real sense, but might as well. Where does that go? I guess that doesn't matter, so we might as well use that. There we go. That one really works well. That door there. that works really, really well. All right, let's quickly check if we have any new donations. No, I'm not missing anything. There we go. All right, so yeah, we have this layer set up now. That's all lined up with each other. So I'm not quite sure what we'll have underneath here. Maybe we'll have some like stuff for dinos, or we could have artifact displays or banners, or you know, boss related things, since this is a map with a lot of bosses, so we might have some need for things like that. And then we have pretty much the whole main castle laid out, I'd say. Like, we have the supports and all the snap points connected in a way that we want to. So I guess we can now start to think of where we want to build what. I think having some kind of tower at some point here could be nice too. And then for the tribe tower, maybe over here. That does mean we'll need a certain amount of space and a like kind of layout. So maybe, is that too big of a circle if we go for this shape? Like how? That is pretty big, isn't it? So maybe we go a bit smaller. Because if we want to have a tribe towers are 4x4. We'll try to get a circular foundation down. If it will let me. I'm stuck in non-existing trees again. There we go. Oh, geez. I'm flying up high. Maybe I'm just... There we go. Keep up with me, server. So yeah, this seems like a more reasonable size. I don't know if that's going to be big enough, though. Because that would be then the center of this circle. And then, for example, if we were to use that as a size reference, we would basically go out like, oh god, that's really annoying now. I need to delete the quarter ceiling. There we go. So that's a 2x2 now. So roughly, if I make that into a square, that's how big the tribe tower would be. So, because I really need to know if it's gonna allow me. Why is this not in the open, ARK? Please tell me how this is not the open. Because it doesn't say obstructed, it says not in the open. It's so weird. Okay, so if I go a bit forward. But that might look quite weird then, because now it's... Oh god, did I get myself stuck? Oh, it's got a blue line on it and everything. Is this now very not central? Yeah, it's not central. So if we want to do that, we have to move this out a little bit. Because now it's not going to be... Damn, that was a very dramatic sound. I've never heard it break down like that before. Okay, so that foundation, we should start from somewhere over here then. That should be fine. So if that is the center, that's which way it would be facing. Oh god, the little quarter ceiling is in there again. Okay, let's see if we can get it placed down right now, because I would love it to just snap. Because if it snaps to that square, that means... Oh, I didn't add the whole little layer around it. Let's make sure to do that, because otherwise it will look like it's off, but it isn't. What did I do? I built this side twice. There we go. So yeah, now it does let me snap. So that should be centered. I think that's a pretty decent spot for the tribe tower. Obviously, we're going to skin it to Castlecraft so it fits the aesthetic. Where is it? I'm always so blind for whatever. I really wish we could sort our own cosmetics. Is Castlecraft not loaded in today? Castle. No, for some reason it's not locked in. That's loaded in. That's great. Utility. Oh, yeah, it's not here. That's really annoying. I guess the tribe tower is gonna look ugly now. That's quite unfortunate. Okay, well, I guess we know it can snap here, so I'm gonna remove it for now. And we can at least prepare the place where it will go. There we go. So that's the place it will go onto. That place is then hopefully going to be on some kind of pedestal shape-wise. And I guess it might have to be even a little bit bigger than I expected. Because we still want to be able to reach the castle, at least here in the front, I'd say. Probably want to at least be able to get to the tribe tower to power it, right? That's the bare minimum. So I guess we'd have to make this shape a little bigger to go around all the way. Okay, well, that's going to be quite interesting. Awesome. Okay. I think that kind of works. It's just to create like a nice interesting place for the tribe tower. And then we can decorate around it a little bit. There's a little bit of plants in my way, but I think we've taken care of that. Obviously, it's not gonna fully fit here, but we'll make it work as far as we can go. Okay, so after that, we're gonna have to go into ceilings instead, which is fine. We can fill in that shape, and then from that shape we want to make sure that it's all equaled with those foundations. There we go. So yeah, it's basically gonna just hold the tribe tower and then maybe some statues around it on stuff. Just want to have a nice spot for the tribe tower. Because it used to be here for our tribe, and currently we have none, so I'll make sure that we have one once again. Luckily, with these 2x2 walls, we can fill in these sides rather quickly. Oh, I guess that's because that's not a ceiling, but a foundation. Okay. The question is, if I snap that here and I remove that, that's gonna go. I guess maybe what we want to do is add in a pillar. Because then I don't need these and all these little pieces, but I can just hopefully use the pillar instead to snap to. There we go. Yeah, we'll definitely have to figure out some kind of details, of course, but it's a start at least. And I guess we'll now have to add these in for all of those corners just to... Oh god. Please don't break down. Just so that we have those all in place. I guess it doesn't want to stay if I remove that top one, so I'm gonna have to build this all the way down. Remove this wall. Oh, it's not breaking. That's good. And then we'll have that one just for good measure. And we should be able to... Wait. Did I not place that in the right angle? Guess I did not. I really thought I did. Can I not snap my wall to that? There we go. That's exactly what I want. I guess underneath that we'll just have the normal walls. We can snap these all the way to the ground now. Remove that. It's gonna... I so hate when that happens in ARK. Surely there's still support down below. Why do you need to destroy my entire pillar for that? There we go. So yeah, we have this rather large shape. We'll definitely have to do something to make that a little bit more interesting. But we have that bigger square on top of here, which will be where the tribe tower goes. We can have some nice pillars there. We'll definitely have some statues, etc. around, although I can't do that right now because for some weird reason my castle craft is not loaded in correctly, which is kind of annoying. We'll have to deal with it. And I guess along the edge of this is where we could have some cool little details. It's gonna tell me what? There we go. We'll have some of those around the edges, I think. That's going to make for some nice details already. Adds in some depth. Alan's given Sarge and I trouble with skins. Oh, jeez. No, because I had it before. I had it earlier when I was on today prepping some things. So it's just probably ARK when you load in. Sometimes not all the skins load in. It's just a thing. There we go. So we'll have this the walkway up. I guess that also means that probably somewhere, and it's probably going to be in this annoying bush here. We might want to have an entrance. Just like that. So that we can also get up here and walk around these battlements, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to, but now we should be. I've got a lot of visitors here, a lot of RGs here, because there's nothing built yet. All right, so we have our tribe tower base. We won't really be able to do much more until I reconnect to hopefully get skins back in play. Or, well, the correct skin, because all the other skins seem to be there, but not the one I want to use, of course. Because that would be the way how it goes. I'm not quite sure if I want to start on this main hall here, on this building over here. Maybe we'll start here just because we have the whole tribe tower, etc. set up here. And originally this was also where I started. So maybe we'll start working on this a little bit. Which I guess first of all is going to be just making sure that we fill in this wall a little bit more. I guess you kind of just want to fill that all up, or do we want to have... I guess you could still have something there, because you kind of have some room there. I mean... Oh, you can't flip that upside down. Because I guess we could just have a full wall there. But that's not gonna snap in the same way. I'm gonna have to do that here. Well, there we go. And then we'll have a circle there. There we are. From the inside you can't see anything, and from the outside we have that nice little circle, although it's not aligned with the door because the door is small. That is a little bit annoying, isn't it? Can I not make the door bigger? Oh, but now it's still not placed right. No! That's worse. Okay, let's see. That's what we would have. There we go. And then the window would be above the door. And we can all sleep peacefully knowing that it aligns with each other. Then we probably want to have some doors. There we go. We have our little entrance here at the side, and then we probably want to have some stairs. Maybe not those, that's a bit big. Maybe we'll have some of these tiny ones so they fit in perfectly there. Line it with that little bit of a, well, it's kind of like a little side entrance, right? That should be, oh, look at that. We've got a little baby Crater Yuti here. He's already moving in to our base for some reason. Okay, well, I guess we can just start working on this area first now. And I kind of think it makes sense that we would continue that upwards just to kind of finish that little corner of the building. Probably want to fill that in so we have that entire side of the build in place. Probably also want to add in some kind of wall here, just to kind of see, you know, some kind of division. At least for part of it. I don't know if we want to have it for all of that actually. Because maybe we like it to be up. Because this is, if this is the main entrance, that's the way to the dungeons. This is not all gonna be dungeons yet. It's just like that bit is gonna be dungeons. Remember that. That's the dungeons. There be the dungeons inside of this. There we go. Can we make dungeon wall? Is that a door? Or is that just... That's just a wall. Okay. Can I also have dungeon door? I have. Okay. Awesome. That's what I need. Wait a minute. This is not all snapped in the right way. Awesome. Then we can have the dungeon doors there. All right. Now we're talking. There we go. I mean, I feel like that inner wall is probably all just going to be proper walls, I would guess. Although in certain spots like this, you probably could do some fun things. Oh, I could do these actually. Yeah, probably like that, because I don't want them to open. So yeah, something like that. Just to indicate that there is actually the dungeon down there. There we go. That lines up now. Please, ARK. Please. Don't make me get stuck again. Okay, but from this side we can then kind of just start filling things in, right? Because that wall is to the dungeons probably definitely something we want to have filled in. Although we potentially could still have a little bit of details in there halfway through, right? Like we could have something in here. There we go. Just some little glimpses into the dungeons while you're walking up these stairs. Is this completely filled in? No, I would like a wall down there and down here. Now it seems mostly filled in. There we go. Have those pillars there. No, yeah, that's definitely is nice. So we have that. It's a very narrow staircase, but it's fine. That's what we got. That's what we have to use. Okay, I guess we could have some windows here to the dungeons internally, but we'll figure that out as soon as we start designing more of the building. It kind of depends on what we do over here, because it almost feels like there is kind of like a shape here to build outward, but I think having a tower there makes more sense. So that means that these are probably because you want to reach that tower, so this entrance has got to be functional. So we can't really have much of a like little actual cell or something, but maybe the very last one. So in there it would be a very tiny little cell. I guess that's how you would make it. But we could, of course, have something like that so that you can still see whoever is locked up in there. There we go. We have a little cell made here. I guess can't really make a full wall out of that because it is just so small. Help. There we go. So I guess it would always have to be something like that. Maybe the middle one stays made out of stone. There we go. We got a tiny little cell here at this end, which is just going to be part of the support layer, I guess, for whatever's next. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 3 walls before we go into anything. So realistically, we want something nice here. And then... But technically this is... It is still the dungeons, what we are here. Because we're going to have the main building up there. But we probably also want to have some kind of supports leading up to that main part of the building. Just because... well, otherwise it's a little bit strange, isn't it? So we want to fill in these walls. So maybe those 2 walls are actually going to have like supports in them. And then these we can all just... Hello, ARK? There we go. Yeah, we can also have those as like full walls. We might do something there, probably not, but you'd want to have some supports for the main structure going on above, I think. So just something visual that looks like it's holding up the building. Do I want to have something like that? Is that a bit much? Oh, you can actually do something like this. I still wish we would have sloped pieces or anything that could kind of fill that up. Make it more 3D. Because now it's still kind of a flat little supportive piece in between there. And all we really could do is like have these. There we go. So that would be something like this, I think. I don't really know what to make out of it. Even that doesn't quite line up to continue that shape. That's kind of what we need. Something like that, but then obviously we don't need that other part. Unless, of course, under this, we just go full support. Which is then also what we could do there. There we go. That's exactly what I want. Okay, I need to get this arch in here. Oh, there we are. Now here, that should be easy because we already have those in place. Okay, I think this might work. So have those walls go all the way down. Then we can have the pillars on the end here. Awesome. And then of course this side would also get some walls in there. I think that works with those stairs. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's the best we've got with the pieces that are available. So I think that's what we're gonna have to go for. There we go. I think I quite like that. And then we might have some kind of windows here. I think we'll do something like that. Just make a nice tall window out of it. Because even though it's the dungeons, that feels fancy. And that's kind of centered exactly between those then. Right? That's kind of nice. So we'll bring in some light, but it won't actually let me enjoy the views. Because if you're in the dungeons, you're probably not supposed to be enjoying the views. But that does give some nice details to this side of the castle. Which is exactly what we want. And then we can hopefully kind of fill in this back wall here. It is kind of gonna overlap with the others, because definitely that section is just gonna fully be filled in, I think, because there's nothing really we want to add to that specific build. That's just a dungeon wall, and then this is going to connect to whatever tower we will build there. We'll leave that open for now. I think then it's probably a good time to build the actual entrance here. Let's see. Maybe we bring that out a little bit more. No, but that's on the same line then, so we definitely don't want to do that. Keep structure. Do we want to go for this kind of door? I think we do. We probably also want to have those added. Would be really nice to go for that angle, but doesn't really make any sense. Might have that, because I might have a statue on there. I think having a statue there does kind of make sense, because we want to make a nice, big, grand entrance for this all, I think. So for now, we'll have those in place. We'll have beams going around there. And that means we can have the pillars wherever it lets us. There we go. I mean, it might be a statue. Maybe it's just a brazier or something like that. Just to kind of get some light on that entrance. So we'll have these walls on both sides of the entrance. There we go. And then we also need a nice big door for this. Like a drawbridge would be great, but it doesn't really make sense here, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that as an entrance definitely works quite well. Let's see. Then I guess the real question is going to be, what do we do with the rest of this building? I'm starting to question whether this should be the main way up and whether we don't just build like a nicer staircase in here that leads up to the top of the building. Because then we can just kind of build this whole building up. Which probably would look quite nice. That's all it takes to line it up with that layer. So we could probably get that to work all the way to the top. Or not. There we go. I do like this angle, especially with those supports. That already gives quite a nice shape to this whole entrance way. Let's see, how big would this entrance be? So that one definitely just going to be a wall. You could have another normal wall there, and then one more normal wall over there, which means that's going to be supports. In between, however, we definitely would want some nice tall windows, I think. There we go. So probably windows like that. Although we could do, I've seen some people do trickery to get some extra snap points here, which I believe uses the staircase and then the triangle ones to get different snap points. So you could get a double layer here, basically. Is that something we'd want to give a go? Could be really cool here to get that double layer. We could give it a try at least. I'm fairly sure I know the whole general vibe, if ARK will let me. So if I take out these triangle stairs and I build a row like this, that should line up. All right, let's get rid of the rain. We're also going to change the time, so we're going to get the Halloween sound. Or maybe not. Oh, normally you get the Halloween sound. Because then basically what we would do is we'd have the window up here, just like normal, but as you can see now it's slightly set back, which might quite help with adding that little bit of extra interest and detail to the place. Is that what I want to do here? Or do I want to go a little bit extra? Have something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I think I saw Ness doing it. I mean, probably more. Oh no, Wild actually did it as well on the Halloween build. And it's quite a nice trick to get some extra depth. Because now basically the wall's still closed off because I now just did the front wall. But you can see it's a little bit deeper than just being aligned with the full wall. The only downside, of course, is having this staircase on the inside. We might be able to get rid of that. Let's see. For now, at least we'll have those supports. If I have those pillars, technically, those should stay. That scared me for a little bit. Oh, well, my whole wall did go. Oh, it doesn't have foundation support, but it's sticking to the ground. Maybe because it's sticking through foundations. Okay, I guess we'll have to work with the little stairs in front of ore windows, which isn't the worst thing. I can probably get away with that. So we'll have to do the trick again for these two sections. We want to... The reason why I do these quarters is so that the stairs line up with the actual windows, like where we want the windows to be. Because of course we want them in very specific places here. I guess that just kind of means we'll have things like that going on. There we go. We can probably utilize that actually. Uh-oh. I placed some kind of triangle in here. There we go. It's gone. Yeah, we could probably utilize that for a cool design, I think. So for now, we're gonna set these up like so. We're gonna end that one there. And that one here. Yeah, and actually, for me, that's good, because now I can walk up to the window and actually see in the what's outside, because normally I'm not tall enough to look out of most windows. So yeah, again, we're snapping them to these triangle pieces we've just placed down, so we can have the double layers for windows, which just adds a bunch of extra depth to the place. And then here in front, what we want to do is, so we'll have the double doorway. So first we'll have a normal half wall, and then we'll have the double doorways on top of that. So we want to get the right snap point, double doorways, and then here we want to create that arch. There we go. So we have the full 3D effect going on. We can also probably have these pillars around the side for even more 3D. And I think at the bottom we are still gonna snap these up. Yeah, just to give a bunch of detail to that whole place. And I think we're gonna have some of those supports there to really make sure that the wall isn't so super flat. But in general, quite happy with the way that it's looking. Can I not get the snap I want? Okay, of course not. Realistically, that should... There we go. This would be a perfect snap point. I don't know why it won't let me. There we go. Why does it let me snap? It's because of this foundation. Maybe if we get rid of those snap points... Oh god. Got rid of the whole pillar, of course. ARK is always really nice when you're trying to get snaps. But, yeah. There we go. Those are the snap points we want. Then we can have this one back. There we go. And then we can use these as some nice supports coming from the side of the castle, just to give that all a little bit more shape, I think, and make sure they aren't very, very flat. I'll have those go all the way in, and then fill up the rest here. There we go. Fill in those little gaps where we can see them. I guess that gap has to stay. Can't do the top one. There we go. We'll have the half one there. Awesome. So yeah, that's gonna just give this whole build, again, some nice shape to it. With these added supports. Alright, up we go. Kind of goes into the existing landscape, but I still think it works to give it a bit more shape here to the side of the building. And especially also with these deeper windows, it looks very, very nice in my opinion. Alright, so now that we have that in place, I think we can safely say that we're not really going to have any openings in here, because we might have a staircase somewhere in here after all. So we'll probably just try to fill that whole space up. So the big entranceways coming in here, we have some nice details that we're going to have around this section. We have these little, well, basically planters. We'll have those round pillars at the end. We could probably have some statues or something on those. Would we have similar things on the other side? Probably not. So now the question is whether, I think it probably still makes more sense just to use the staircase that is here, because otherwise I'm going to have to create a staircase here, and especially with this shape, that's not going to work. So what we do need to do is create kind of the entrance into that section. So I think just having that as a little arch probably already works. Then we can just kind of fill in those remaining parts. Okay, well, what I want to do is have some kind of window in there. Although window, that's internal, right? Yeah. So I guess it's not really going to be a window as much as just an arch. But I guess I can't really fit any piece underneath that. Can I maybe have like that? There we go. Yeah, I really can't snap anything lower than that. Well, I can do a wall there. I guess that works. There we go. They'll have a little archway there. Not sure why, just kind of because the shape was already there, I suppose. The real challenge is, I guess that's gonna be, it could be a window actually if we wanted to. That actually, maybe it is a window. There we go. So that would be a window there, because then we could have this as a external wall. Because then we have a little balcony over here, which could be quite cool. And then this would be a little balcony. Why is that off? Why is that not on the right snap points at all? Okay, let's take out those battlements again. Let's try that again. So that would be one, that would be one. That would be one. And I guess the last one is already too much complete. But especially there, you can still see it. And that means that this is a little balcony. It also means that we'll have to have some kind of wall there. Some kind of structure going up here. And well, I guess that would be the archway. Or would there be... I mean, we could try and get a bigger archway in there, I suppose. Just like that. Yeah, and I guess that would graze all the way up. These would probably go up too. Just to kind of make sure. But I kind of like that because it gives us a little bit of a weirder angle, which is very good for castles. And gives us a nice little balcony to use. I probably won't add an actual door in here in that case, because otherwise it gets a little bit cramped. Do I then want to have an actual door here? That is the question. Because if I have a door here, which we kind of should have a door. But it feels a bit silly at the same time. But otherwise I have to have a door here and a door there. Which might also feel silly. So yeah, that would be the door. And then this would have a door. Is that less silly? That feels more silly. Okay, that doesn't need a door. That could have a door, I suppose. But then why is that there? Maybe they all don't have a door. Also, there is still a tiny gap here, which I guess we're not really going to be able to fill in a satisfying way. Okay. Yeah, I guess this outer one should have the door. But then maybe it doesn't need to be this big, because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense then. So I guess those pillars can go. That will then be the arch, and that will get a doorway, and that will make a lot more sense than having a bigger one. There we go, we can fill that all the way up. I think that probably is going to just be normal. Do we want some kind of window in here? Maybe we do. Maybe not that big, because that's not what fits in there. Maybe this one, and then we will change it to like a nice circle design. There we go. So nothing too crazy there. More so for creating that little balcony. This is still going to cause us some issues in the end. Probably, maybe, potentially. I don't know. We'll see. For the rest of this build, I guess this just means we have more space up here, because we have this whole side over here that we can use now. And then I guess we could have more space if we wanted to, because we still have that floor over here too. There we go. I guess we could even continue that shape a little bit longer. It's gonna cause an issue at some point though. So I think probably what is the most logical way is to again turn that part into a balcony. So then all you really need to do is that, which takes care of that whole little square then at the end. Just another little balcony, but then on the higher layer. All right, then we have, structure-wise at least, built the bottom of this completely in, because we have this one. We will add a tower here, but that's kind of separate. We could also just fill in the wall when we're done there. But I do like this entrance side. Like that side definitely looks quite cool. We have the little balcony here to this side. We'll have to have like flags and maybe a little bit of overgrown stuff going on the walls. We even have this little entrance over here. Don't forget about that. Well, we have a decent bit of space here. It's definitely big hallways. So, I mean, could have some crafting already going on here. Or maybe some utility creatures. Maybe you could have a teleporter with utility creatures here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what feels right. We have this stairway up. This leads into these little bits, which I guess is just going to be like a, I don't know, beer barrels or something like that. Something silly like that, I think, is going to go in there. Then we'll try and fill in that for as much as we can. Well, I guess that's all we can do, and that will also lead off to that future tower. We also have this space up here, which is above the dungeons. And I guess we kind of want to keep it that way, so probably we'll have that here. Nice archway. Fill in just like that, so that we still have this passageway into where the tower will be. And then up here, do we want to see the cellars and stuff? Probably not too much, so just gonna add, oh god, just gonna add something like that. Probably gonna have like a bigger cell right over there somewhere, and maybe over here something. So that means this wall we can probably just try to fill in. Because we don't really need anything there. And I think over here in that case, we probably will just have another little window into the dungeons, but nothing much more than that, I don't think. There we go. So yeah, then this layer is more so a way to just get up, get to the top layer, or visit the beer or wine cellars. So we want to have the keep railings, I suppose. Do I want that there? Maybe not. Well, I suppose kind of goes without saying we'll have that. All right. So structure-wise, that's kind of what we need. We probably want a little bit more shape here on the inside too, though. And I think we want to have some CKF arches for that. We probably are going to use the villager, but let's take out those two. Although I kind of like this because they look a little bit more old. More bare bones. So it's a 3 wide room, but I would like to have a little bit of support going on in there. Like, am I gonna have to do that? Oh. There we go. Something like this. Is that what we're gonna have to do? That doesn't really feel like a very nice shape. But I guess that's kind of what you're gonna get because it's 3 wide. Because the bigger arch would be nicer, of course, but it's gonna be tricky to do because, well, I guess you could just have it like that. But you really want it like this. And I don't think it will allow me to have a second one in there. But to be honest, I guess from that side it's going to be hard anyway because we already have that double layer over there. So can I really still give any kind of shape to the place? I guess I could easily do it with these. That's just too wide. That's going to be tricky to get in here. Yeah, that would be quite helpful if I could just do something like that, right? Like, I don't know why it's not snapping here, but that would be a nice archway to get. So maybe we can't really add too much shape here, and we're gonna have to add details in another way. Well, we'll probably have some nice things on the walls here. In here, we probably can add a little bit more supports for the top layers. First of all, probably kind of just want to fill this in. Just like that. Just so that there's something going on there and it's not just a big hole. There we go. It's all like the same height. Do I need to do that here? No, because this is already the same height. But this probably also we want some kind of details in here. But I guess that's kind of up to whatever you want to put in here. Don't think we'll spend too much time worrying about the interiors too much, because otherwise we'll never really get this whole build done. So I think for now we're probably gonna start worrying about this top half, because it would be kind of nice if we could at least get that done in today's stream, right? Like if we kind of figure out what this whole build will look like. I guess the easiest way would be to just kind of fill that all in. It's kind of an awkward amount here. I guess what I really want to do here is have this maybe here in the middle. There we go, and then we have those on both sides. And then we'll have some windows in here. There we go. Just like that. I think that's going to be a little wall, and then we could have some kind of support against this, like maybe the smaller version of something that we've done before. That could be kind of cool. There we go. But I guess the issue is that we don't have this in a smaller size, which is really a shame. I guess we can still kind of do something similar though. It's just slightly different with this kind of arch. But I still think that looks nice because it just makes the wall less flat in general, which is always a nice thing. So we filled up that gap pretty much now. And then we just kind of want to make sure that we can continue the build. I guess we can just fill in those walls because you won't really see it anyway. And then around the stairs, we probably want to do something like... Oh, we could do that, but I guess it would make more sense to have this. And then I guess we would have those underneath. So kind of an archway there. And then we would have all railings around the top of that. So that is how we get up into this hallway. Then over here, I think we're just going to go and give a little bit shape to this room. So over here, I think it makes sense to have this arch going into this hallway. That will be the hallway into whatever this is going to be. And that little bridge that we started early on with. I do think that this dividing wall, we probably just want to fill that in as much as we can. There we go. Awesome. So the whole width of this building is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's very, very big. So we definitely want to do this in some kind of layering, because otherwise it's going to be a crazy high build. The issue is though that this is already going to have to be higher on that side, just because the way this whole thing is set up. So we might do something with that. We might do something special with that, to be honest. Okay, first of all, let's add in those pillars around that entrance. No, I'm probably still gonna at least have to do that wall there. That's probably gonna have to be here. There we go. Because otherwise it's a bit weird. So that will be there. But then it is going to be slightly weird here. So on this layer we definitely will need a beam going across. There we go. Just to kind of mirror the other side. Yeah, it's uneven, which is really awkward. I guess it's not a... This is not a good way to set for this shape. There. So just a small little arch, a little bit like that, or a little. That looks quite nice. Breaks up the sides quite a bit. I do think I would just hall here now done, and then we have the main hall here in the middle, which will be like the main crafting hall. And then we also have, of course, this section. So the real question is, what is the wall here gonna look like? I think at the very least we're gonna have that. Then we might want to try and get some kind of windows in place. For some reason I'm outside of the actual structure, which is not really what we want, I don't think. That would be a wall. I guess they're not fully gonna line up with the outside, which is not really a big issue. I guess that's just the matter because we're setting them in a little bit deeper, but yeah, we also don't really want this to be here on the outside. So maybe what we'll do on the outside is kind of connect up those layers after all. So maybe up here, we'll just have this one layer that will kind of go back into the building after this. So maybe, no, because it needs to be a half one. So it needs to be the smaller one. It needs to be attached to this lower part. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to. There we go. That's the part I need to kind of connect to each other. For some reason, it doesn't really let me place it there. Anyway, that will create some depth for these kind of windows, I suppose. So that will be nice. There we are. So these windows will just be these shapes up here. There we go. That's the one. That's another one. So very basic from the inside. But from the outside, that's quite a little bit of depth that we'll have. So that's exactly what we want. Why is this so laggy all of a sudden? I guess we don't really need that wall then. There we go. So that's now connected, and then it's just this last little section, which is slightly different anyway, because this is kind of where two ends of the build meet up. And if we can get away with filling this up in a nice way, that would be awesome. So we could start with a full wall there. But yeah, if we somehow manage to get this all to work together, it's not going to be perfect, of course, but maybe with a little bit of plants and stuff, that might actually already work. And then we'll have a small pillar here at the top. That kind of works together. I'm not too mad about that. Somehow we've managed to make this line up pretty nicely with each other. We'll see how we'll be able to completely close it up and connect it up, but so far it's kind of working. So I guess this would be the trick over here. There we go. Bring that all the way up. Then the real issue there is how we're going to fill that little gap. Ooh, maybe like this. That might be the way, because that's not really overlapping too crazy with this. And it kind of makes it work here on that outside. Do I then also work it into this roof somehow? Because if we continue that by 1, we're pretty much there. That's pretty much it then. I guess all we need is a little gap to fix there. Just a little, tiny little gap. Maybe this would work. That kind of works. That kind of works exactly in the way we need it to. You know, I think we'll take that as a win. That does mean we can fill in the side of this build here, which will definitely have a little bit of a, you know, tricky bit at the top there. But other than that, it's going to be quite normal again. Now we could have a window there. Probably better off going for the more narrow window. There we are. I think that does add some extra interest to our build. So maybe this actually won't need to go that high. Of course, it destroys all of the pillars. Because technically that wall is probably not really going to be used that high. That's a bit much. So kind of up till there, that's exactly the part we want. So now it connects back up to that main hole that we can make. And now we can kind of start to think about what that main hall is going to look like. We've got those two entrances over there on that side. I think I might move those around slightly. So instead of having this one here, I think we might try moving this. Oh god dang it. We might try moving this around if ARK will work with me here. So we'll get rid of that wall for now. And so basically what I'm thinking is we want this arch, but we want to move it in by 1. So it's going to be there instead, because then it could also be here. And then it would also be over there. So they would be closer to the middle, basically. I think that's what I need for this to work. There we go. So the pillar will have to go. And actually the whole wall can go then, because we can fill it in with bigger pieces, which might be good. We're actually going to fill in those with bigger pieces too, because we might as well save as much as we can on walls. So we'd have that and that going on top of those. There we go. There we are. I think that's going to be quite nice. It's the same idea, just slightly different layout so that we can have it looking the exact same on both sides of the build, which I think is going to be just a little bit more pleasing. And it's gonna be already quite a big upgrade, because this was where my tiny little starter house used to be. So let's definitely receive the big upgrade like this. There we go. It's all coming together. Yeah, for sure. Very much so. There we go. We can have those there. Fill up the top layers. Make sure that we have the pillar at the corner. So yeah, that's going to be that main building here on this side. And I guess we need to make sure that we also have the wall here at the end. So that's going to be raised up a little bit. But I do like the layers that we have this kind of going around on some parts of it. That's looking quite nice. Heyo! Hello there. Welcome in. Let's see. This might be a good moment for me to quickly see if we received any new donations. By the way, the donation earlier today did smash the $500 raised, which does mean I think we've unlocked a milestone from me, not from Wildcard, of course. Those are bigger numbers, but from me, I think that means that one of my that we'll be voting for one of my templates to become available for free. So that is, of course, I do already have a bunch of them available for free, but one of the members only ones will become available. All right, there we go. We need to figure out something for the side building too, and then the main building, I guess, is just going to be a nice pointy roof. That's kind of the vibe we're going for, I think. And then this is still a little bit of a mess because it's not completely lining up in the way that I want it to, which is slightly unfortunate, but we'll see if we can figure out a way to make it all work. So this is kind of just gonna require a roof on top of it, which shouldn't be too difficult. I think we're gonna go for a steeper roof. That feels like it makes more sense to me, but we'll see. That also means that those things can raise up a little bit higher still. Come on. Work with me. There we go. I think that up here, maybe this is a good part to have our clock. That would be quite cool, I think. That would be quite cool indeed. Then I guess we would just want to continue the shape upward. And we can make sure it meets in the middle. Yeah, I think that's quite a cool front for this, right? I might still change out the clock for a window, just in case that if we build the tower over here, we might want to have the clock in there instead, like a clock tower. But for now, for sure, we'll keep it like this, because definitely having the circle there works for sure. Okay, so now we can focus on this side part. For now, we're gonna just kind of have this layer be distinguished like so. Awesome. Now, most likely this is going to be a little balcony area, but we kind of want to connect them up in a nice way, but I don't think... I thought I moved it over enough for that to be working, but it might not quite completely work out for the best way. But we'll see. We'll see what we can make of it. For now, I think at the very least we'll be able to kind of do something similar, I think, as we did there, but I only want this to be I think I only want this to be too high, because I don't want this to be super high like we have over here. So we kind of need to not make it super high up. Yeah, it used to be a tiny little house here, but 2 years later we're going slightly bigger. Okay, that is an issue because that's not snapped the right way. Can we get that to please attach in the correct way? There we go. See, that's still gonna end up way high, so maybe we treat it as a proper separate building. Can we? No, that's not gonna work either. So it's gonna have to end up all the way like that. That's still rather high, but I guess we have to do it. Although we could do the same as we did on that side. Maybe that's better, because then it kind of mirrors each other. That might be nicer. Okay, we're going to turn off the rain, because otherwise that's going to be very annoying to look at whilst building. So just to be sure, that is going to be the slope we need. So yeah, if we do that, that's the same as on the other side. It's just a little bit further back, which is actually nicer, which yeah, we can't really do for that side, but I guess that's just gonna generate some interest for our entire build. So we'll try to bring these all up. We can have the pillars going for each of these sections. There we go. We can probably open that up too. Because, yeah, we definitely want to get as much details in here as possible. There we go. That is all pretty nice. I guess this is where it would start normally. What would it actually end up looking like if I do this? It's not great, is it? It's not great. That's not what we wanted. So maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can just get a little bit of this build still going. Okay, so we'll have something like that. And we'll have a little window over here. Maybe we'll lower this actually. It's CKF. CKF. There we go. So yeah, we'll have something like that. The real issue, of course, is going to try and be, or try to fill in this without overlapping like crazy. Which I'm not sure how we're going to pull that off. I'm not sure if we will be able to pull that off at all. But we'll very much give it a go. There you go. We kind of need to get a snap point in the right spots, I think. So maybe... Yeah, that's probably the best we're gonna do, and then we're gonna have to just get some plants up there to fill in the rest, I think. There we go. And maybe we can actually help by doing that there. That's not too bad. I think that works. Just so that we don't have that like weird thing in front of the door. Now it's still walkable. Still fine. Okay, we can continue with the rest of our build. I don't think that was like that. Probably like this. Yes. Okay. There we go. For now, we'll remove that wall. But I do think we're getting what we wanted. With this whole little room at the side. Now, of course, we're going to try and get those different snap points. And I think... yeah, we're going to have to offset some snap points for this. So we're going to clear out that one. Clear out... oh, God. Why? Why do you break my pillars? So there we go. So these... we just want to change into quarter ceiling so that we get some extra snap points for ourselves. And we'll see how much of this we can actually get to work. We'll want this. Snap it like so. So a little bit of that going on. It should all be fine. Over here, we want to create that snap point. Then we want to take out this. We'll have it like so. This one is going to be interesting over here on this side. I don't know how much chance. I guess that's gonna could work. I guess that one will just kind of close off like that. And maybe that one in the corner is going to be more like so. These, of course, are going to be like that. Awesome. I think this one we might change in this case, and we might just kind of have it end like this instead. We just kind of need a small little pillar there. We need that here too. And then we'll need the rounded version for those in the middle there. Okay, but then we can also continue the pattern over here. There we go. That should meet up, but this we're also gonna have to kind of just fully change to be like this. Just a full-on structure there. There we go. All right. So yeah, that's the best we can make of this room, but at least that will allow us to have the double window. So if you're tuning in for the first windows we're making, we're doing double snap points basically. Cool little trick we picked up from some crazy builders on my servers. And it's actually quite nice to use. So that's why we use the triangles, because then you get a second snap point in there, so that we can basically have double layers for the windows, so they're set back a little bit, which adds a little bit more depth to the entire build. We'll see it as soon as we go to the outside now, because as you can see, they're not on the same line as these outer walls. And to add even more shape to it all, we can go a step further. First of all, let's make sure that we add in these bits above the windows. There we go. Then we can have the double door frame. We need to find the right snap point. There we go. We can have that in front of the windows. Awesome. Here too. Then the last one over there. Then we want to change it to the doorways and snap those underneath. There we go. And this just gives that extra bit of depth to these windows, which is quite nice. Okay, we want to have some beams going across the bottom. I think that is quite nice. There we go. And we can add some roofs up here. I don't think we're going to make any additions to this roof. But let's check like how much space there would be. No, and even though it's easier not to do it. Not to do it. Don't go too crazy. Then we can have the rakes along the outside. And then, of course, the eaves along the side here too. And with that, we'll have that side building, which has the main entrance in it, done. And it's starting to look very, very nice. It's definitely a big upgrade from my original little starter house that we made 2 years ago. Yeah, it's looking very nice. Now, of course, we'll slowly continue this whole build. We'll first of all also bring up these walls on this side. There we go. So we'll fill in that wall here. Those on the side too. And there we go. We can start filling in these final sections. There we go. All right. For this, I guess we'll already use the window, because it makes a lot of sense to have. And then we'll have or sloped or steep walls, steep gables all the way up to the top. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna look very nice once it's fully done. Do we want to add like a little extra bit? I don't think we want to go too crazy, since I mean we've got plenty more to work on. I don't know how much we'll be able to do extra today, because we, you know, it would be nice to kind of finish up. Maybe after this I'll quickly reload so we can sort out the tribe tower too, so we can kind of finish off this side of the bridge. Would be really nice, because I think starting that, we're never going to be able to finish that all in one stream. But at least this is looking quite nice. So yeah, let's get a roof on here. Maybe see if we can add some nice details in certain places. Maybe we could have like small little towers like that. It's like small additions. There we go. Let's see what that would look like. Could be quite nice, I think. So I guess the easiest way to do this would be to continue it all the way, even though that's gonna go through the roof a little bit. Yeah, we're definitely overlapping for this build, because if you're playing modded, most likely you can do all that overlapping too. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be quite nice to have these little extra details. Awesome. Okay, so then we kind of need to know which sides will be windows and which won't. So for example, like that could be a thing. Then we would have 2 windows on the outside. Is there a way to get 3 on the outside? Not really. Not really, I don't think. So, well, for these ones, it's kind of logical that only that one can be a window. So I guess that kind of solves the whole issue for us. There we go. And then we'll fill in the rest of these little sections. There we go. Just going slowly around like that, creating basically tiny little towers. Just for some nice details. I should totally add like a little light source in there, so that when it does get night, we would see some like little lights going on in them. For now though, let's see, because we would have these roofs going through, just to kind of see the full look of them. There we go. I think that is quite nice. Why is this? Oh, technically there should be 2 here. Because otherwise it's not even. So maybe instead we can move this one. Because otherwise it's going to be a bit much. But if we go to that snap point instead, we could still have the little tower going on, just in a different position, right in the middle of the wall, which would still work. Probably work even better. Yeah, now it's all nicely equally distanced. That's exactly what we want. So we'll get the little supports in place so that even on the inside it still looks quite nice. Just some extra details poking in. Then the roof is going to go up further. And then for these little side bits, maybe what we do is we'll use like settler roofs instead. Just so that they have like different textures. And we'll have those small, oh god, little towers going on. There we go. I think that's gonna add some nice details to the whole roof. There we go. Awesome. Okay, then we need some settler roof pieces. We need the little eaves. There we go. We kind of add these going round like that for a little bit more shape. I think that's gonna be very, very cool once we've done the whole roof. These little additions are gonna add quite a bit, I think. Yeah, I'm really liking the look of that. Okay, well, I think that also really already helps adding a bunch of details to the roof. So we might not have to do too much more. Oh, there's a big Rex there. Moving in closer to our base. Yeah, it's quite a hostile area to live in. I'm not quite sure why this was the first base. Well, I had a beach boat base, but this was my first build. There we go. So where kind of have like 3 things in between this, don't we? 1, 2, 3, which is not very helpful if we wanted to do any other details to the roof. So I don't think we will. I think we'll keep it simple. Unfortunately, there's no bigger pieces of this steep roofs, so we'll just have to have a bunch of these smaller ones. There we go. That does still look good though, especially with those little towers along the side. There we go. We'll have... Oh god, I don't know where that piece went, but that's not in the right spot, that's for sure. There we go. I think I like the details on that one. That is quite the roof. Then of course we want to make sure that we add these in. Might as well add them for the other side already too. There we go. Same over here. Yeah, I think it's turning out to be quite a nice build. There we go. Definitely the upgrade from 2 years ago. And if you're wondering why we have the big bar at the top of the screen, we're streaming for Extra Live. We've already raised over $500. But if you want to contribute, link is pinned in the chat. It should be in the description. I think I did. And it's also in chat. It's up. Twice. Multiple times. There we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. This first part is definitely starting to feel castle-like. So if you didn't catch the start, basically that's going to be like part of the base. We'll have the bridge in between. Then the second part of the base is going to be there. We're going to have some lovely gardens down here as like a nice little square. And we're going to have a greenhouse here. Maybe another greenhouse there. Tribe tower back there. And then we might expand this one to be a main hall. Although this one here turned out a little bit bigger maybe as well. So we'll see. We won't be able to do all of that today necessarily, but we'll get a decent distance, as we can see by this build over here. So what I do want to do is some railings. That's what I want. And I want those on top of the roof here, so that we can kind of turn those into the castle craft skins, because that will give us some nice pointy railings on top. And then we'll probably try to get like a gargoyle or something here. So we want like a glass piece. I don't know how big we need it to be, because we can make the glass pieces invisible basically. but then we can add... Can I get that one away? All right. So we'll have some glass there so that we can place a deco box here. And that way we can get a nice little statue at the end of this. And then of course we'll have to make the glass invisible so that you only see the little statue. But for now we'll keep the glass there so that I don't forget. Because I don't have the castle skins loaded in right now for some reason. Yeah, that's how you do it. You do the glass, and then with ASR you can go into the settings. We can go to glass. You slide these ones both down. Now you can see this one is visible. Then you can go copy to nearby. Let's say we do like 100 foundations. Then you select the opacity again. You do apply, and now you can see all of those pieces are invisible. These should also be in range, so those are also invisible, and no one will know. No one will know, and then you can easily get like props in certain places without, you know, without people seeing how you did it. Turn them invisible. All right, this is definitely looking quite cool already, these angles. I kind of like that this is, you know, an off angle, just because that feels more like a castle to me, like unexpected angles. And of course we're going to still have a tower here eventually. Maybe we'll be able to do that still today. But first we'll have to also make these little turrets on this side of the building. There we go, just like that. Need to make sure that we place them all in the right orientation, of course. We can kind of just fill in those walls that won't need the windows first. There we are. Awesome. Then we'll have some nice windows here too. And then of course we want to build these little stair supports underneath to make sure that this looks all good. And we'll do the same thing here. There we go. Just doing one at a time. Awesome. There we are. So yeah, that we have all the little tower shapes in place. We'll add on the actual tower roofs. Well, there we go, the little settler roof. Get our little towers going. Very nice. It's definitely slightly bigger build than used to be here. At the end, I'll show the original cinematic again, like the original build, so that you can properly compare it with the end result of today. I don't think we'll be able to do the full build today, unfortunately, but at least we have made a pretty decent dent in it, and it's definitely starting to look really, really cool, and it's only going to grow over time. It's quite funny because I've just finished like my big tank bunker base, which kind of feels like my ultimate base, and I thought that was the one well, it's probably the one I'm going to use most on the cluster, but this one is also definitely going to be very cool. But I'll find a use for it. I've got some ideas of what I could use it for, which will definitely be helpful for people. Oh yeah, it's going to be quite the cool upgrade from what it used to be. There's already a ghost in my Hogwarts castle, even though it's not fully Hogwarts, but feels like Hogwarts. There we go. Now we can start the actual roof of the main building here. There we go. Trying to fill all of these in, making sure we don't leave any gaps. There we are. And we can fill it all in. Get the roof in place. Come on. Work with me, ARK. Last few pieces. There we go. Oh, getting into a tree, but it's definitely starting to look quite nice. I love how well the textures of these castle walls match with the existing structure. It's a little bit lighter, but compared to normal stone, it's a million times better. There we go. I want to take out some settler pillars. I think I want to have a few of those along these pieces, so we can still add a little bit of detail without, you know, going too much like with the little things on the top of the roof. I think this is a plenty for these side buildings. There we go. I think that means that this building here, at least the outside, is pretty much done here, which is quite crazy to say, but yeah, I do believe that this is now complete. Oh, do we have a raid? I hate that YouTube doesn't ever tell me things, but hello there everyone, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm assuming also streaming for Extra Life. That's what I'm assuming. You might not have streamed for Extra Life, but I feel like it's the time of the year that most people are. But we're streaming for Extra Life, and I'm rebuilding the first ever base that I build on ASA, and I'm giving it a slight upgrade. So this is what we have now, and just for reference, I can actually show you what it looked like before. So this is what the place looks like normally, completely overgrown and abandoned. Quite a cool place though. But this is what I built 2 years ago. This was my first ever build when I started ASA. I mean, still pretty cool for early on. There wasn't cosmetics back then. There wasn't really any mods yet. So this is what it used to look like, the whole place. And yeah, we're definitely giving it a little bit of an upgrade now. Still, it was a really cool base. I always really enjoyed this base, but yeah, now it looks a little bit cooler. Oh, no worries, Mystic. No worries. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream and have a good night. Damn, that's a very late night stream for you. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely gave it an upgrade, but yeah, using CCAF, it's also a lot easier to get something cool. But I'm definitely liking the way that this is turning out. So this is where the Tribe Tower is going to go, but my cosmetics aren't loaded incorrectly, so I'm gonna have to do a relog in a little bit. Just trying to finish off a few last bits here to make sure that the exterior of this this build, so far at least, is done. Definitely some details like, you know, adding some overgrown plants on the sides and stuff I think are necessary, but the general shape and vibe of the place, I think it's looking quite nice for this part of the castle for sure. I think we'll try and make that tower next so that we kind of know exactly what this part is gonna look like, and then we might do a little bit of detailing here. We'll definitely do the relog so that we can hopefully get our cosmetics that we need. But yeah, let's start to figure out where this tower is going to go. Let's see how far we can get this. We'll make this temporarily a pillar because the real thing we want to have here. So for example, if I have my foundations there, I should be able to take these away for now. So yeah, I think we want to have some kind of tower here that might replace the clock that we have in there. We might make that a window, and we might have a separate clock tower just to stand out a tiny bit more. I think we're probably good to go to start like this though. Are we? Yes, I think we are. I think what we're gonna do is gonna have these half walls on the corners. That's how we're gonna get it started, I think. Oh, I'm misplacing it all over the place, but that's totally fine. And we'll get the foundations for the towers in place, basically. We'll have some pillars to support this, and of course get the whole look in there. We've got a ghost RG just coming to chill out next to us. My castle is already being haunted. I guess that's appropriate for the time of year. There we go, jeez. There we are. All right, so the next step, I guess, is to figure out bridging the gap from my tower to the main build. But I think if we add these arches in, it should already work quite nicely. Because these arches are quite cool. And I think that really is probably all we need to do there. Although we could try and maybe get some kind of arch going underneath it, or at least a little bit, something like that. I think that's probably all we can do, because otherwise if we started from the middle, I don't think it's gonna look as nice, because it's gonna stick out. Yeah, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that for sure. We also want to fill in these middle sections. Just like that, because this is the first part that connects up to the castle. So everything underneath it, we're not actually going to use. And we're just going to turn this into some supports. Now, it would be really nice if it's going to give me the snap points that I want. There we go. That's the one I want. Because I feel like that's some nice supports, which might look like a little bit much at the moment. But as soon as we get the rest of the tower in, I think it's going to be a very welcome addition. So yeah, sometimes these can be quite tricky because the snap points kind of work with where you're looking in CKF. And I'm always looking there when I don't expect it. There we go. So yeah, that would be the supports for the tower. Then we can fill in underneath. Maybe not there because of the landscaping. And then we'll just kind of continue that flow. Because we want to make sure, of course, the tower is going to go up higher than this. And that's why we want to make sure that we have the proper supports. I don't think... I mean, we could still have the supports underneath here too. Of course, we don't technically need it, since we already have that other arch, but on the other hand, why not? Extra details are always welcome, I think. We'll have pillars at the end wherever we can. Oh, there's a little bit of an overgrown bit here, but we'll take it all. This whole fight going on as well. So now we want to have that with the stairs, and then we'll have the shallower stairs after it to kind of create the same kind of curve as the walls already have. And that's gonna, well, in some cases already completely connect up to the landscape, and in others it's just gonna be almost the final thing we'll do. I guess if we have one wall there, that's all we need. That's already filled in. I think that's all the different sides. So yeah, most of it is actually kind of part of the landscape, but I do think those supports will look really good, especially as the tower gets higher. It will look really nice. That doesn't mean that we're gonna have to get rid of this logo very soon, because we're gonna actually be building here now. The little bridge towards the tower, I think we're just gonna I guess if we do that, that's not really gonna work, is it? Because we don't have the height here, which might mean we need to I guess we might have to do something like this. But is that really gonna be worth it? Let's see. Over here, we kind of want to change the snap points a bit. I guess we don't really need to change the snap points, because we can do that with the walls themselves. Probably want to do it like that. There we go. So yeah, that's going to be the door onto that walkway. Do we... The real question is, if I do raise it up like that, can I just keep this? Do I need the door in here? Maybe not. Maybe I do. Oh, it's definitely not going to be like that. Might just keep that going. Because we need to raise this up if we want to use these battlements. That's kind of the thing. And I think at least from the outside, we definitely do want to have the battlements. If I want to be able to see over the battlements, I might want to raise this up. But on the other hand, do I really? Do I really? I don't know if I do. Well, I'm tiny, of course, so I can't really see over this. But maybe we don't actually need to raise it all the way up. We could have these on the sides, but that's going to be way too long. We We could have this, but that again, it's gonna look quite weird if that's the walkway, isn't it? I guess we can see if we like it or not. There we go. I mean, it kind of works, I suppose. You can at least take a look at the sides, and we can still have the door right here into the tower, which I guess after all is the most important thing, that we can get to our tower and we can access the inside, so it's still going to be a functional tower. For this wall, kind of that's all it's going to be, right? Like this layer is just too high, and then, or is it going to be a bit more? No, it's going to be 2.5, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's 2.5. And then it's going to line up again with the existing structure, the existing castle, because we have this place. So right now, this is the time that we have to remove the deco item. So yeah, I don't think I want to use those. So we're going to use our ceilings to get there. So it's kind of going to be a double bridge, I suppose, because we want to have both those layers connected, I think. Because I think it would be weird if we wouldn't have both of them connected. So yeah, we'll have a double bridge. Hello there, Tomo, welcome in. Yeah, double bridge going on there, which is fine. So I have those in here. We're not really gonna see too much over there because we already have that other piece of ruin, but yeah, that's kind of how it's gonna be connected. And I guess at this part, it's also the question, do I want to raise this up? Probably, because I do think in the end, the battlements do make a lot of sense to have, because it looks a lot nicer. There we go. And that means that we reach another entrance to the tower. There we go. Awesome. Well, it's probably at least going to be too high again, right? So I guess there's going to be a little half pillar in there. And we'll have to raise this up the same amount. And then after this, we might kind of decide what to do with the actual tower design. Now, of course, we can also figure out what we want for the sides of all this. Because we definitely want to, of course, have some nice windows, etc. in the tower, so that you can kind of enjoy the views, you name it. I do think we're just going to do normal windows and not double layers, because otherwise I don't think we'll have much space left. So it's probably going to have to be these types of windows, because I think that's already going up to the height of the next layer. So maybe actually for this layer we should make them a little bit smaller, and then we can do the next layer, the bigger windows. I feel like that might make more sense, because otherwise it feels a little bit cramped in here. Okay, so if we have those, what we do then is we have the skinny window and then that on top. I think that's probably gonna look a little bit nicer. We will continue these ones up, I think. Or at least for now we will. And then for this layer we can definitely have them going across like that. We'll need some half pillars too. Or maybe we won't, because we can't actually add those in because the way we laid out those. So maybe we'll have that around. I mean, that does create a little bit of detail for the tower, so not too bad in general. And then we are at the next layer. The real question, of course, also is going to be how are we in fact going to do like a staircase down? Or will we just have some ladders going down? That might also be a good solution. Maybe, I don't know. So you can have quite small stairs. Okay, what do keep ladders actually look like? Okay, they are still made out of wood. That's good. There we go. So I guess we'll just use a ladder to get up. Save on some space. Okay, I guess for the next layer we can kind of do it the way we had it set up before. Oh geez, that's double layering. We don't need that. So yeah, we're gonna make some nice tall windows on these sides now. Try to get that in the tower. Should be quite nice. So we'll have those connecting parts. I like how the ghost RGs now just decided to go fully land on my roof. Just hang out, just chill. He's also just waiting to see what happens to the build. He's just very curious to see what the build's gonna look like, and so am I. So am I. So over here, I think we can have the little circle above the entrance. I think that would be quite nice. Then for these other sides, they're gonna be taller windows. So we'll have those frames to start with, and then the arch on top to finish it with. Making sure they're facing the right way so we don't leave any gaps, and we definitely want to have a beam at the bottom for those extra details. There we go. And I think the next layer is where we'll have to go expand outward. So we're gonna go make this tower slightly bigger, just like those, and then we should be able, there we go, oh, it's the other piece, should be able to get those corners in so that we go out a little bit, add a little bit of depth that way. And then realistically, what I really want is the clock tower. So that would be here, I suppose. Or do I want it facing this way? Maybe that way it makes more sense. Yeah, that's more towards the base. That might be nicer. Then we could probably have the big window on the other side. I think that would be nice. There we go. And I think then we'll have one layer on the top too before we kind of finish this shape. Gonna have a half pillar up there. So yeah, that also does mean that we're gonna replace this with windows so that we don't have two clocks quite close to each other, but we'll have windows there instead and have a separate clock tower, because I do think that makes a lot of sense and is quite a cool little addition to the build. So we'll have those little pillars up there. Then for these sections, I mean, I don't really know what we'll exactly do up here. For now, we're not going to bother too much. There's going to be some kind of like ladder or staircase down. We'll figure that out at some point. I think we'll do... What will we do? What will we do for these spots? Maybe we'll actually mostly just fill these up. Just because we can. Do we still want to have a window here? Maybe a smaller window is what we want. So I guess that would be a full wall again. So we might as well get a full wall back in there. And that means we can have a window here. But which one? That might be the one. Don't need a big window, but just a window. There we go. Does that look nice? I mean, I guess kind of. Is that what we want? I think we can make this less high, because that's what's making it look weird, I think. Just we need to start the roof. Because it's definitely going to have a roof. I feel like that's the most appropriate. So it's getting late. That's why it's getting dark. Let's make sure we have some light. We might get the Halloween Fear Ascended noise. There we go. The Dodorex is here. Okay, so we can start... Oh, nope, that's not the right way. We can start adding in the corners for the roof now. There we go. And then we can start filling in these sections to see what that is going to look like. Do I do the same roof, or maybe I go for the settler roof actually? Let's switch this up a little bit. Oh, vote Quetzal, guys. Vote Quetzal. Because we are doing a charity stream, of course. We are streaming for Extra Life. So if you want to contribute, you can check out the link, which is pinned in the chat, or I think it's also in the description. And then you can donate to charity. And if you leave a message with the hashtag and your creature, you're voting for the potential TLCs we're getting. If we, as Team Wildcard, raise enough money, which, you know, exciting news. Currently, I think the Quetzal's still number one. I'm very excited for that, because I think that would be really cool to see a improved Quetzal. Giga's, of course, pretty high up there. I think it was the Spider too. I forget who is the other one in the top 4. But there's still plenty of time, so a lot can still change. And of course, the more important reason is because we're helping out kids with the charity. So, you know, you help, you do a good deed, and you might get your favorite creature an upgrade too, which is quite cool. There we go. Yeah, because I think that contrast with the other roof is going to be quite nice. We definitely do need the edge though, because this is not it yet. We do need the eaves. There we go. So we do need those to just make sure that it's not this flat all the way around us. Oh god, nope. There we go. That already helps breaking up these shapes. Maybe what I'll do is just make this into more of an opening instead, so that potentially you could fly in here. Can I do that though? I can do that. I definitely can. There we go. So yeah, that's gonna make it easier if I do want to fly up here for some reason. It's just gonna make myself a little like landing platform. Oof, that's quite big. Surely there's enough snaps here to, there we go, to make it a little bit smaller. And then we can have some rope railings. There we go. Breaks it up, adds a little bit more depth to the side. And now potentially I can just park my flyer there, land there. I don't know why I need to go into the tower, but I could. That's all that counts. All that matters. Do I want to have something in here? Not really, because we couldn't really add any details to it. So I think that's going to have to be it for that tower. I mean, it does look quite cool. It's mostly for the clock, right? That's why it's there. And I think that does the job. We might be able to add a little bit more depth to the tower by doing something like that. That might be something which is much needed. There we go. 3D. Yeah, that's a good addition. That adds that extra depth, because otherwise it's quite flat, and that's kind of always what you want to avoid. Very flat walls. So with that, that's looking quite nice. I think that means I'm going to show you the little cinematic again from what the place used to look like, so that I can quickly relog to hopefully get my cosmetics working, or the ones that I need, so we can do a few extra details with those cosmetics. So for now, we will take a little look at this cinematic. And I will hopefully quickly, that's always depends with ARK, just reconnect, see if that helps my cosmetics load in the way I want, so that we can actually use them, which would be nice. And then in the meantime, quickly check to see. We're still at $500 raised, $501 raised, which is quite insane, because I think that's almost double the amount we did last year, which is insane. So let me actually just restart the game fully. Don't trust these restarts. There we go. See if we can make that all work. But yeah, this is what it looked like 2 years ago. So this was my first ever base build in ARK Survival Ascended. I was very happy with that. I really enjoyed bringing the ruins to life. And of course, back then there wasn't any cosmetics yet. That system didn't exist yet. There weren't really any mods yet, because, well, the game had just released, so it was all really new still. Like, there wasn't that much at the beginning. And I mean, I hadn't played ARK for a long time, so just kind of finding the groove, finding the ways to build, seeing what works best. But considering all that, I think it still looks pretty nice, to be honest. Still think it looks pretty nice. And well, hopefully the new version will look even nicer. Yeah, that's kind of why I really wanted to give it a go, because I thought it would be really fun to see a comparison of like, okay, that's how I did it 2 years ago. I could have, of course, gone for a similar vibe and gone completely vanilla again and try to do it the same way, but I think that's kind of boring. But yeah, now with all the tools I have available now, this is what I would want to build it into. So there we go. We are joining again. Hopefully it will let me in and we will be able to hopefully get the cosmetics that I need. If ARK will, you know, let me do my thing and will let me do what I want to build, that would be really nice. I think I am loading back in. And then of course we have to wait a little bit because you never get the cosmetics right away usually. So we are back on ARK. But yeah, it is looking quite nice in here. It's gonna be a nice base. I can't believe like that we were able to connect this. It's not perfect, of course, like it's definitely not perfect, but pretty decent without like being too weird of a connection. There we go. That's all looking nice. We'll give ARK a few moments to load it all in, but then hopefully we will be able to start adding in some of our cosmetics. I'm pretty sure that I'll need a medium box for a statue up here, which would be, I think, the preferred thing to add there. So we're just already gonna place it down because that's where I'd like to have a statue. I think a statue would be really cool there. Then probably over there would be a cool place for a statue. And would we have a statue here? I guess you would have to do it over here a little bit, but that would have to face that way. So better to have that one face this way as well, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit awkward. There we go. All right, let's see. Do we already have cosmetics loading in for me? We have a few. So I might have to give it a little bit more time. Hopefully Castlecraft will load in, because that's the one I need to do some detailing. If not, I guess ARK just doesn't want to work with me today. But yeah, this is really looking cool. Like, it's definitely much bigger than it was before. And from this side, it actually doesn't look that much like a ruin anymore. Like, you see a little bit around the foundation, but you don't see a lot of ruin from this angle, except for the walkway up there. And of course, the bridge, that does look a lot like ruins. But then over here, we start to get a little bit more of the ruin. Here, we get a lot more of the ruin. But of course, the main part where we'll actually see the ruins is when we go inside. So as soon as we enter, of course, we still have a lot of the walls being part ruin. We have a bunch of ruin in here, actually. Then, of course, we get the dungeons. We'll probably make some nice little cells there. We already have one little cell here. Then, yeah, definitely a lot more of the ruin vibe in here, of course. And then we have the connecting path up to the tower that we just built. Let's not forget to add in the actual doors to that one. And we might as well add the doors there too, because I think that fits. I think this one here, we probably go for dungeon doors, since that's kind of the vibe of that place. Like, that is the dungeons, so it makes sense. We don't want rain. No, thank you. No rain, please. No rain at all. All right, let's give it another go. Do we have more cosmetics loaded in? We do have more cosmetics, and we do have the decor cosmetics that we're looking forward to. Let's get the utilities, and I need the dungeon one. I don't know if I need the utilities actually, but at least the dungeon one, I can do some nice spikes up here. So we're going to combine castle crafts here on top of the CKF build. There we go. And then we want to change those pieces. And we want to change those. There we go. Okay, so let's set up some of these statues. First of all, we're going to have to rotate them a little bit. There we go. Then we'll do the same thing for this one, because this one also needs to be rotated, but then 180 degrees. And then we can take out our variant tool. I think we probably want to have the one on the pedestal, and we'll have the one with the cape here. I really like these new statues. They're quite cool. Then we'll have this one over here. There we go. And we'll probably have this, but on this side over here, we can probably make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Now that is a warm welcome into the castle. We have a big knight statue there. I might actually try to still make pedestals here for the lions. That could be quite cool to have. We'll need all foundations. So kind of like that, I think. Okay, maybe I don't have to actually line them up that much. There we go. Actually, it might be better to try and line them up, because it's going to look a little bit awkward otherwise, I think. There we go. Still feels like it's floating a little bit. There we go. So we kind of cut off the entrance to that side, but I feel like that's fine. I also do feel like I might want to have some balls going on underneath. But for now, at least, we'll add in these little pillars around the sides. Why did those disappear? Surely this is now connected to the land. Like, how does that just vanish? Because then we can also have that one. How? ARK, please tell me why that's disappearing. All right, let's do it this way then. Surely now I can please make that work. Okay, thank God. That's all I wanted. There we go. We'll add those in. Maybe I'll add those first, because that makes it a bit easier probably. And then we can have some nice... Or we could have some lion statues. Or we could have some dinos actually. Maybe we do some dinos, because... Remember there's dinosaurs in my building game? It's insane. All right, so let's see. Could I do some creatures on here instead? Because that would be quite cool if I could. Like, I think that actually would be pretty cool. So let's see. What we could have a Giga, the Wyverns, but the two Wyverns next to each other is not going to work. So we definitely want to have the Rexes. Can I then flip this one around? I can. There we go. We want to have this. That's too big. Can't make it any bigger because then it's not going to fit on the pedestal. But I mean, that kind of works. I quite like that. Having the Rexes to welcome you into the castle. Definitely makes this entrance feel a lot more like a proper castle entryway, right? I think that is quite the cool addition. And just those three little statues at the entrance, that's changed it a whole lot. That looks really, really cool. All right, let's focus on these here at the end. Let's first of all rotate them the right way. Why is that not showing me? There we go. I feel like I should have gone the other way. All right, let's change the variants. Maybe that will help me. So that guy, we have the Onyx. I feel like it's gonna have to be that guy. Or the Onyx. Maybe we do the Onyx here and then we have those other guys on the main hall. So we wanna rotate this a little bit more so that it's flying off the edge. It's gonna be my own little Dracula's castle. Okay, so let's be smart and let's actually rotate it the shorter way here. There we go. Yeah, those nice little statues. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. Because yeah, that way we'll notice it a little bit more, right? There we go. That looks quite cool. Oh, the Rex is fighting stuff now, basically in all castle base. That's fine. That also means I can add in the tribe tower to see what it is going to look like. It should snap right in the middle of this all. There we go. And then the utilities will have ourselves a nice tower that will hopefully, you know, catch flame in a real cool way soon. But for now, we can actually use this guide to finish, decorating this area. There we go. So yeah, we definitely want to make sure that we have a few cool statues going on, I think. So we'll have one over there. That's probably going to be a bigger one. And then maybe the ones at the side can be smaller. Also, these need to be the medium ones, actually. I don't think it matters which way I rotate it. So I do want to have one here. Just because it's now overgrown, I'm going to have to clear out the plants there. And this probably also needs to be Statue of a knight. Because, I mean, it would be really cool to do the wyvern here, but the tail's going to be too tall or too far back. It's not going to look good. So I think they're going to have to be these ones. Did I just... Yeah, I just rotated them all the wrong way. It's really weird that they don't face the way the box is facing by default. Would just save you a bunch of time. So I think the two at the side will have them without a cape, but on a pedestal at least. There we go. And then this one over here we'll have on the pedestal with the cape. And we'll rotate this too. We'll change the scale as big as we can go. There we go. So that will be our new tribe tower. And then we'll probably do a little bit more detailing and gardening and stuff around it. But for now, that is what it will look like. And they work together quite well, the Castlecraft cosmetic and CKF. So for some of the pieces like a tribe tower that you don't you wouldn't have, at least you can make it match somewhat, so that it feels at home in your build rather than stand out very, very much, which is really good. Really good indeed. Yeah, I'm quite liking the whole look of the build so far. And I guess this will also be like a nice little courtyard. We'll probably have the teleporter somewhere. This might actually be a good place for the medium teleporter, so that we could have it close to where the storage and the crafting hall is going to be, so that the unloading could be here. Did I write stables? Oh, stables. I guess some stables could be, but maybe stables underneath the main entrance here makes more sense. I think so. I guess we could have some small stables for the utility team, but maybe more focused on unloading the utility team. So I don't know. We'll have to kind of figure out what we want and where we want it exactly, because there is a lot of options. But I think for today, that's gonna have to do. I think we did quite a lot. Like, we did quite a lot. Let's one more time. Let's take a look at what the original looked like, and then we'll do a quick tour of what we've managed to do today. Yeah, you can see what it was before. A very simple basic ARK build 2 years ago, and it's definitely transformed. Seeing you use the CKF castle structures has me almost wanting to redo my regular base. I'm not gonna lie, every time I think, oh, I've built enough castles for now, I'm good, then I do another one and I'm like, it's actually quite fun. Once you've started, once you're in the groove, it's quite fun to do. And I'm gonna have a castle tutorial pretty soon, but not with CKF. It's gonna be with Castlecraft Cosmetics, the all-in-one castle I did recently. So yeah, this is what it looked like. So lots of wood, lots of I kind of was just mostly all separate houses. It wasn't really one entire built together. Yeah, it's all kind of separate buildings. Whereas now, I think even though we've only done kind of half of the main ruin, it feels much more like it's going to be an interconnected structure, like an interconnected base. And I do really like this angle, this view of it. I really like that. That makes me really happy, because I would never not want to have this build spot on the island. And it's definitely a cool upgrade. And I kind of think that the ruins help to guide the castle, because castles in real life, of course, are kind of chaotic. They aren't symmetrical. They aren't perfect in many ways. So having this kind of as a baseline kind of forces you into some unnatural, unplanned angles, which I think really work for a build like this. And yeah, looks quite cool. So yeah, so far we have the little clock tower over here right next to the entrance. We have the walkway up with the cool statues of the Rexes and the actual knight statues. We have this side building as the main entrance building. We have the little bridge that will connect the two parts together. We have, of course, the main crafting hall. We have a tribe tower next to it. I think it all looks rather cool. And yeah, it all ties together neatly in the rooms that existed here before. Let's do a little walk around. Maybe come up some ideas of what we can do inside. I think I'm going to do it similar to what I did with the bunker base, that the interior decorations I'll just do off camera at some point. And I might continue to stream the rest of the build when I can. I will be going away next weekend. So the week, not this week, but the week afterwards, I will be gone for a few days. So I don't know how much I'll be doing before that, because I'm trying to work ahead with some videos so that there's some videos whilst I'm away. But yeah, this is quite a neat base, quite a lot of space, and especially here on the inside you do feel the ruins quite a bit again. Connection to that tower, the little dungeons down here are quite cool. Definitely still some cool options here for the interior too. And then you have the little door on the other side as well to get out towards the snow. And then we have the little staircase up. We have the in-between layer, which is probably going to be like a little wine cellar slash beer cellar. Just the beer barrels here. And then we have the other access point to the tower here. Right over there. And then we can go up into the main part of the build. So this will be the main crafting and storage hall, I think. As far as that, I need that on island, but probably set up a little bit still. Or at least get the system in. I don't know how much I'll be actually survivaling on the island, but you never know. And it's always good to have a little home. But I definitely have a purpose for the castle that I will reveal at a later point. We have this little hallway here connected to the bridge, which I'm quite happy with the way that turned out. And that's going to connect us to the, well, the rest of the castle that's going to be on the other side of the ruins. But for now, we have this main section done, which is definitely looking quite cool. We have this whole separate sections. On these, definitely there will be also some cool statues. I think that's definitely gonna create a really cool vibe. Big windows, lots of light that can seep in. And then of course here we have another door which will lead us to this inner courtyard where we'll have the greenhouses around us. I do think that this would be a great spot for like a medium teleporter and a crane and stuff. Something basically survival related for unloading utility tames. Maybe we could build like a little stable section against the building here so that you could park your utility tames there. That might make some sense. We might even be able to just kind of continue. Yeah, we could kind of just snap onto the existing structure and make some stables that way. So we might do that and create a nice little courtyard here between the greenhouses and the main build. But overall, I'm just very happy with the way that the build turned out so far. I think it looks quite cool. And I hope you guys liked it as well. Again, I'm going to say it one more time. We were streaming for Extra Life today. So if you can and you haven't already, consider supporting some charity by clicking the link that is pinned in the chat. And then, yeah, you can donate. And if you want to, you can also vote for your creature of choice for the ARK TLC vote, which is quite cool. So definitely consider. I'm voting for Quetzal, but you can vote for whatever you want. As long as it's a creature that spawns on the island, it is possible to vote in it, unless it already got a TLC. But yeah, do consider supporting charity and maybe voting for your favorite creature to receive a TLC. And then I want to thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you did enjoy. Can we get rid of the fog before we do an outro? There we go, so we can see the base very clearly. That is our castle that we managed to build into the ruins today. Yeah, that's going to be it, guys. I really hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for joining me today. And again, don't forget to support charity if you can. And hopefully I'll see you around in the next video or the next stream. But for now, goodbye. So this is what we built today, and we're going to compare it one more time to what it looked like in the original build that I did 2 years ago. So thank you so much for joining, and I'll see you very, very soon, hopefully.